little bit better? And it's great to have you here, man. How are you doing? I'm working on some commissions that I have. Shouldn't take me too long, but we're going to see some photo editing today. What's up? I think I'm going to turn the audio all the way off. There we go. Yeah, I have to add an extra background to a sequence that I'm working on, and I didn't realize that I needed it till I was reviewing my footage. So you're going to get to see the fantastic pain that is me working with a smudge brush and me working with Premiere Pro for a bit. Should be fun. And hopefully I'll actually get around to storyboarding, because I've got a storyboard thing that I'm planning too, that I've been trying to finish with you guys for almost a week and just never got around to. Right now, I'm working on some hills for a location that I have to add to the Premiere Pro set. Oh yeah, so watch hours are the amount of time people actually spend overall watching your video, opposed to their length. So let's say you have a 20-minute video, and people watch that video like 3 times. It'll come up as a watch time of an hour. But if people weren't watching the video all the way through, it'll only come up as whatever they've managed to actually watch. It's used as a gauge for retention, to see how much people are actually engaging with your videos. Because that is actually how YouTube, at least currently, determines how they'll pay people. But based on the number of watch hours. It used to be by views. Yeah, the YouTube system can sometimes be a little confusing, because they don't always tell people directly what they want. You kind of got to figure it out on your own a lot of the time. My best piece of advice, if you're starting a YouTube channel and you want to get monetized, is make your videos between 15 and 30 minutes in length, so that the retention time stays consistent for the majority of your videos. Ooh, that sounds pretty fun. Okay, I think I can put down my buildings now. Should I speckle some along the side though? What kind of dinos are you gonna have in it? What about... Hold on. Because I think there's one that starts with a J, isn't there? Or you could be funny and have it like a chicken or something. Let's see if I can find an article on like all the different types. Yeah, I knew there was. There's 4 of them, I think. Here. I'd be happy to click on one if it helps. Oh, you're thinking of a Triceratops. That's pretty cool. Triceratops are very cool. I'm just kind of curious what these actually are now. What's this? Oh, that's kind of cool. Triceratopses are very cool, though. I could see why you'd want to go for that. Are you making them like cute little dinos? Or are you making them like fully realistic? Or putting them in cute hats? Or like how are you approaching it? I bet it'll come out really, really good. Where'd the horse go? Where do you do this? Welcome back, man. I'm just adding a few mini houses, because I forgot to add them in the shot. And then we should be good to go, because I just have to plop it into this big shot, and then it should be all ready. I thought about adding one more group, but this is going to look rad when it's done, so I'm not too concerned. I'm going to get onto some 3D effects, and it'll look really, really cool. Alright, let's see what we can do to kind of finish this off. I had to do some quick research on it, so let's see if we can just build up these shapes a little bit better. I'm going to change the music as well. That is for everybody. That's a new YouTube policy. You're not supposed to, one, curse in the first 30 to 60 seconds of your video, and two, you're not supposed to show excessive gore anymore. Certain words are restricted more than others, so you'd have to look up the policy, and it seems to also strictly be for English speakers and not globally. We'll see if that changes in the coming months. But as of February, any video that contains swearing in the first 30 seconds may be demonetized, and if there is excessive swearing, as in multiple times per sentence, you may in fact find yourself unable to be monetized at all. Channel won't be banned, but it may be demonetized. Welcome to the stream. We're talking about YouTube policies and how stupid they are. Still never found that show I was looking at. What qualifies as excessive gore is anything that contains substances or blood of any kind, be it video games or otherwise. So, we'll see if YouTube decides that that needs to be the only way they'll handle things, or if we'll have some other ways. Who knows? They're not exactly known for their good ooh, I like that. They're not exactly known for their good judgment. We have 3 people watching us right now. Wow. I'm impressed. I usually don't have this many people interested in my streams. Glad to have y'all here. Is it the lo-fi vibes that drew you all here? Nah, oh, there's 4 now. Wow. We're going up. Look at us. We might actually get monetized. Who needs to avoid swearing when there's 4 of us on stream? Alright, everybody. Roll call. What would you like me to prefer to call y'all? You may call me Sketch, Ink, or Ants. And I go by they pronouns. How about y'all? Do you guys, y'all have preferences? I want to make sure I'm being also as inclusive as possible. We're drawing chess pieces in the corner here. So I gotta add some set pieces to a thing I'm making. That I forgot to add a couple extras. And it's gonna fill out the scene more. But yeah, the swearing thing is a big change. It kind of came out of nowhere. No one's really happy with it. Especially not the streamers who do gaming streams. They're really mad. Dino Dude it is. How about the rest of you guys? That is damn pretty. I do like that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet because the rules haven't covered it yet. I would assume if it's copyrighted music, then probably it's not covered. But if it's like indie music, probably. Because I feel like if you have the ability to be part of like Vivio or whatever, that you're going to be able to skirt the rules a little bit more than others. And I think it would also depend on the context, but we all know YouTube isn't using real moderators. I know the truth, YouTube. You can't stop me from knowing that you do in fact use an automated robot for everything you review, regardless of the subject matter. And while I respect it in some regards, because I understand, I think that it's incredibly stupid to think that every single video should be monetized that way. Because there's a very fine line, you know? Because on one hand, some people will upload some really gross stuff to YouTube that maybe a YouTube bot should be handling. But these changes aren't to appease any sort of government. It's to appease the people who, like, sponsor YouTube. So they'll probably be allowed to get away with a lot of these. It's funny though, we have a YouTube Kids app, so I don't know why we're in this weird position where we're not allowed to be adults on an adult website. Well, it's not an adult website, it's an everyone website, but like to an extent, you know what I mean? Like it feels like it's a little too far. Some of the rules I understood when it first came out because it was the ElsaGate scandal, but now it's just like, I don't get it. Now, you've had almost 9 years to fix this problem, and there's still ElsaGate content running amok on YouTube, and it's still not being treated with the respect that it needs to be to deal with it. Meanwhile, you're worried, YouTube is worried about people swearing. I don't understand. A lot of people don't even consider swearing a bad thing anymore. You know, maybe like the super boomer people do, but like most people don't care. I lost everybody. There's only 2 of you now. I think there just comes a point where we need to be like, is YouTube worth it? Because its creators aren't making a lot of money as is. And to take away even more opportunities, it almost feels like it's intentional. Like they're intentionally taking away very simple things to avoid us actually gaining the chance to have ad revenue. Now, I'm not at this, like, this channel doesn't make a profit. Not yet, anyway. But, like, let's say I did. Why should the fact that maybe I sponsor myself, why should that make a difference with whether or not I can earn ad revenue because I have a... Why is it that Cyanide and Happiness is still allowed to be around, is my point. Cyanide and Happiness is fine, but, like, we're not allowed to swear. And that's not a knock on Cyanide and Happiness, because they are a incredibly, like, really good, caring studio. This isn't a dig against them. It's just, I don't understand how they're going to survive when they have the same sort of issue and their whole content is built around that. I mean, they've diversified over the years, but they're going to be in a lot of trouble if this applies to every single video, which they're saying that it will. You know, it terrifies me because I have projects I want to share with you guys that I think swearing can be used effectively to actually discuss character flaws. And that's not going to happen if I can't show that swearing. Stupid rule. It's a very stupid, unnecessary rule. I think we lost everybody who was interested because they realized I was talking about YouTube ad policies. I don't blame them one bit. I wouldn't want to listen to someone ramble about YouTube policies either. But it's got to be discussed. I don't know because no one's ever directly donated to my live stream. The donations I do make are through Kofi, which is why I prefer it personally. If they do that, then I think that's terrible. I think they shouldn't do that if that is the case. I know that it's a little bit different over on Twitch, but I don't know just how different. Again, I don't make any money off these streams outside of, like, anybody who's donating money to me for art. I don't make money if people don't donate to me, and I'm okay with that, because the whole point of this channel is that I can just vibe out with you guys. But I do like doing commissions for people. So, the option is always, always there. At the end of the day, though, I'm just happy to hang out with y'all. Alright. I want to add an overtone color over here. The thing is, Twitch and YouTube aren't the only streaming platforms, but, like, they're the best known. I tried a little one called Truvo a few weeks ago just to see how it would respond, but I can't see myself consistently putting in the time over there for it to be worth anything. And, you know, I could do Twitter Live or whatever, but Twitter Live isn't exactly reliable. Not because people won't show up, but because it doesn't have an active chat box when I'm on desktop mode. And the whole point of this is so I can interact with you guys, so whoever I go with has to have a chat box. It's funny, I have a weird feeling that TikTok is going to be the new Twitch, which would be awful, because as of right now, TikTok is not exactly in the best place to be doing live streams. because they have no moderation over there and a lot of countries are banning them. And like, I'm on neither side of that debate. I have a TikTok, but I haven't invested the time because I don't think, after experimenting with it, that it's really going to do anything. But I hear people can make a decent profit over there as long as people are donating. But the nice thing about YouTube, that is fact, is if I make over 100 subscribers, if I reach the 100 subscriber milestone, and at least 25 of you are in my stream, I can make money. Potentially, if I sign up for that. I don't think I'll get to that point, because I'm cool just having a small group of people. But it is a nice option that means that I don't have to rely on the donation feature. Oh, this is not looking as great as I wanted it to. I kind of wanted it to look like it was leaning, but not quite this way. It looks less like what I was aiming for and more like a gross abomination. Welcome to the person who joined us over on Twitch. I promise the whole conversation won't be just dissing all of these platforms, because I'm pretty sure we'll get censored. That's perfectly okay, man. Do what you gotta do. I'll be here until, like, at least 9. Welcome to the person who's joining us. It's great to have you here. Hey, welcome Bagel. It's great to have you here. My name is Sketchframe Studio. It is awesome to have you here. How are you doing today, man? Oh, I have so many brushes. The brush I'm currently using is called a gouache wet brush. I think this is the number 3, and it's from the Kyle's Summer Paint Box collection. Yeah. Hey, no problem. There's a bunch of these. They're Adobe brushes, but Kyle himself, who developed the brushes, has variations on his private website for, I believe, oh, what is it called? Oh, it's the big popular one. I'm blanking. There's an alternative out there for, heck, 1 second. I gotta look up what it's called. It's gonna drive me crazy. Alternate. I know there's one for Procreate, but it's not Procreate I'm thinking of. It's the other one. Clip Studio Paint. There's a version out there for Clip Studio Paint if you use that. Welcome to the person who's joining us. It is great to have you here on this wonderful Monday the 2nd. We are doing some background work because I have to make some mild corrections on something I was hired to do. Just because I was not satisfied with it. Oh, thank you. Honestly, I love doing art, and this has been a favorite piece of mine for a while. I'm using it for a larger piece that is over on my Premiere Pro. The app that is down, I don't think you guys can see it. I have Premiere Pro open separately, and I'm doing a pan shot with about 9 different backgrounds, and I'm working on the last one right now. Once I'm done this, I will be doing some character sketching. I think I have something selected. I shouldn't. Why can't I cover? Okay, so it is covering. It's just not covering enough. This is the Glazer's brush. It's really good for getting wide spaces that you want to keep painterly. Pretty much my go-to for anything is anything that Kyle made. His brushes are so good. They create this real paint-like atmosphere that I don't think a hard round can. So the goal is that all of these little gray blobs are going to look like chess pieces shortly. I gotta get them bit by bit, and then we'll take this drawing and throw it into the Premiere Pro that I showed you earlier as the last shot that I have to adjust. So, did you guys have a Happy New Year? We didn't do too much. I rewatched the 1995 Addams Family movie and watched a little bit of hockey. Other than that, we didn't do too much. My family doesn't do a ton. We're more of a Christmas family. I joked that we should have watched Groundhog Day because the last 3 years have felt like that movie to a T, but nobody went for it. I thought it was funny. Good movie if you've never seen it. It's a very good movie. Aw, isn't it? It's like, I would say my top 5 of his performances is that movie. And the movie overall is just top tier. I'm blocking out some shadow patches along the bottom that I will use what is called a smudge brush to blend in. This specific smudge brush is... Which one are you? I'm forgetting which one exactly it is, but if I know my tastes, it's probably the Dirty Smudge from Kyle's FX box at 16%. Oh, it depends on what the... Here. I'll start a new piece. It really depends on what my aim for the piece is. Like, if I want to go for a character or a scene that has like more of a particular mood, I'll try to balance those together. I always start with a gray so that I can work within my parameters. This gray becomes the focal point for everything that I build up. I pick my lighting spot. We'll use blue for this tone as a good example. We'll say it's coming from high up but behind. I'm going to switch my brushes for this because this is a slower brush on Photoshop. Let's switch to, this is the watercolor number 5 from the Summer's collection. So I always start by blocking out the rough shapes in the primary color. I'm just going to do random blobs and I'll turn them into something as I go. At this point, I have no idea what I'm drawing. I'm just kind of blocking stuff in because I didn't really think that far through. I add my perspective line. I think that could be a little bit lower. Now what I start doing is blocking out the highlights by making everything else around darker. And I promise this is going somewhere. It'll make sense in a minute. Now blue's opposite on the color wheel is actually yellow. Now there are complementary colors, contrasting colors, etc., etc. Depending on your mood, you want to go for what's either called a cooler or a warmer color. I am very much someone who loves to work in the cool colors range. So this blue is going to have a range of purple for the highlighting color. Whoops, I'm using a smudge brush. Give me a moment while it catches up. This is the downfall of the smudge brushes, is when I make a mistake, I can't just stop the action. It's got to do its whole routine. There we go. So I can already kind of see what the shapes are here. I can kind of see the beginning of what will be a tree. And this could be a cliffside. So the regular blue that I'm using right now will be our shadow color. Bingo. The gray itself is actually a cool gray at 20%, very similar to what you would have if you used an alcoholic marker at the same level. It allows for the colors to be shown more visibly and pop more, so I don't have to stress as much when I go for a purple. Because that natural contrast will make things easier. Now normally I would use an FX brush layer setting down here, but just for the sake of kind of going around the basics. Now this is a hot pink, and as you can see it forms a natural highlight. I like to keep things in the cool range so that when I add popping colors like this, it still technically counts as a cool color. Cool colors being your blues, your purples, your blues, purples, dark greens, and there's one other. And the lower range of red, like the deep red violets. Now my rule of thumb is if you're using lighting, you want to use the complementary variation of the cool variant, if that makes sense. So if you're using blue, use a purple or a pink. If you're using red, use an orange or a yellow or, well, not a green. Don't go with a green because that'll hurt people's eyes. And depending on how bright you want it, you can adjust the general temperature. And I usually throw in a linear dodge because that is a nifty little tool that makes these shades brighter. So now it looks like we've got a transition of color. Just gonna bump that up a bit. We've got a transition of color between what could be perceived as a white to a kind of light pink, and then to the blue. And that creates this sense of like warmth. And this would be a color palette you'd use for, like, say, an underwater setting for bioluminescence, or, you know, for a, well, it really just depends on your mood. You could use any color for anything. The drawing you saw me doing before has a lot of green in it, so I was trying to balance it out with the natural colors of a chess set. So I had to stick more in the cooler range to contrast the medium warmth that was going on. But that was upon the request of the person who hired me. Just kind of loosely, and I don't have any particular goal right now in mind. I'm just carving out shapes. But once I do decide I like what I am doing, I'll go ahead, grab that blue again. If you have the multiply setting, use it, because you can do all sorts of cool, fancy stuff. See how it's turning this color more into a purple than a blue? That's because it's mingling them together. Because multiply, what it really means is to lower the contrast of one color so it balances with another. And if there's only blue in that scene, then it'll just darken the blue. It would be, I probably should have actually created a piece to contrast with, but I just kind of threw something together. And we'll see where it goes. Now, how do I pick my background color is a whole other conversation, because I want the primary things to have the most amount of light on them. I'm just gonna smudge brush that, because it'll bug me. Because I have a habit of really liking smoother tones. So we have like a bubblegum vibe going on right now. So what we want to do is either complement it with a very warm tone, or complement it with a darker warm tone. I think, personally, in a setting like this, if it'll let me click it. Come on. That the best complementary would be like sort of almost muddy looking orange. Because now if I adjust the layer that I had for the original background, just so I can kind of block it out. We now end up with this really bright, vibrant color that we can play around with. Now, I don't want it to be all orange, or it's going to blind people. So what I want to do is I want to take the pink, and I'm going to blend it using the multiply tool. And I'm going to try the screen tool with it as well. Now this is Photoshop specific, but basically what I'm doing is I'm picking two brighter colors, one brighter, one darker, and I'm going to blend them together to create an artificial sky shade. And in doing this, we create a nice balance that doesn't hurt our viewers' eyes. So you're just going to have to bear with the program. You'll see what I mean once it's done doing its little thing with the smudge brush. I hope this makes sense, by the way. But every color has its own opposite color on the spectrum, and as a result, depending on the color you mix, other colors will blend differently. So using a gray or a very pale yellow base will usually help you get the clearest image of what it'll look like regardless of what your final color scheme is. I'm just going to let the smudge brush do its thing. I probably shouldn't have used it, but I love using my smudge brush. It's my favorite tool. It makes my life so much easier, and it's so much better than a gradient tool. As much as I love the gradient tool in Photoshop, which is a paint bucket feature, It has its limitations, and I very rarely use it unless I'm trying to do a specific kind of shading. And that's separate from, like, color theory entirely. It's almost done. Hopefully it'll be done in a minute. The nice thing about the smudge brush is even though it's slow, it lets you do other things while you're working on it. So I can leave the room if I wanted to right now and the smudge brush would keep going. You can kind of see where is it right now. It's right along the edge right here right now, and it's going to circle back. So it'll probably be a minute or two. Yeah, I don't know what it is about the smudge brush. It likes to lag, doesn't it? I thought at first it was just me and my settings because I have like 900 DPI on this bad boy for this image. But it's been like that ever since I got Photoshop. And all I have to assume is that's just the way the program is. For such a useful tool, it's like the second laggiest brush in the system. I want to switch back to my other drawing, but I can't yet. The other drawing shouldn't take us too long, and then I'm happy to work on stuff alongside you guys and answer questions. It's slow agony, but eventually it will cease. Lol, I'm in the same position, man. The only program I've ever seen with this much lag in like the unison of what's going on here is I have Blender on in the background, and when it's processing a simulation, it can take hours. But it's not like that with anything else that I've ever done. And like the computer I use is no laughing joke. It's like a full-on strong little computer. I custom built it so it could handle this stuff, and it still lags. You've come to the right person. All I do is character design when I'm not storyboarding. Let me pull up some of my examples. The keys is, okay, first off, everything you know about shape language is outdated. While shape language is very important for the building of a character, it does not at all have to represent what the final character's personality is. 98% of the time, we use it as a subversion method now. But the key that I found, and one of the most important things, let me grab the character that I use the most for this example. So this is Varicose. Varicose is technically the channel mascot. Now his colors are blue. I would call this like a deep red and a pale orange. And a kind of purple skin tone, because he's a tiefling. One of the things that I was taught, and one of the most valuable lessons I can ever give you, first off, stick to 5 colors, maximum when you're starting off for your color palettes, and for your character designs in general. But second, one of the most important things I ever learned is that your character design's colors should always lead back to one particular part of their body, either their hands or their face. And you need to use the shades and the tones of the colors that you pick to guide that. Now this is a shaded piece, but if I pull out the variation that doesn't have that, this is a terrible drawing. This was done over a year ago, but I like the face, so I don't get rid of it. Let's just trim it down to the important parts, because I've since redesigned them a few times. Okay, so if I go over to my settings, you'll notice that the lightest colors all lead directly up to his face, and that I have this sort of what everyone I've heard calls a frame for the lightest tones on his body. Your character should always have all of the colors direct towards the face and the hands. Now, it doesn't have to be darker to lighter. It could be lighter to darker, but it should always lead. And your face should always have the most amount of detail or the least amount of detail, depending on the outfit. Because it's going to be the thing your audience as a whole is going to be directed to. If you have an overly detailed character, having a simple face brings the attention directly to it. Yes, either contrasting colors or colors that are naturally different hue shades from each other. So like, for example, there is no yellow outside of his eyes, but I would say that's where your attention is directed to first, because it's the thing that contrasts the most amount of blue. But you also have this orange that kind of helps lightly direct your eyes while complementing the blue and the purple. So pick one color that you want to direct all of the attention to particular parts of the body. If it's the eyes or the hands, pick a bright color or a really, really dark color. You should always try to balance out that color with a lighter hue or a darker hue of that same tone. If this thing is loaded, I could show you directly. There we go. Alright, let's design a character together. Pick 4 traits you want to see in a character, and we'll just make it up as we go. It's so much easier to just do this while I'm talking to you. I'm going to start just by creating a box we can put the character in, so we can keep proportions to be not too bad. Let's personality traits. I usually are the first things that I go off of, what they're like. So are they an angry person? Are they excitable? Do they generally keep themselves neat and tidy? Or are they somebody who doesn't? Like just basic personality traits that would define this person. Because we can use that as a way to define our shapes. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Now I'm going to use a yellow to start building the shapes, because I like to fill it in with a black afterwards so I can just cleanly color everything. Can you see that okay? Just as a quick test before we start doing stuff. Because I can use a gray. I usually don't with characters because they're usually the more flexible things with the background. No, that looks better. You know what? Let's just go with that. I don't usually with characters because I usually have to, I usually end up having to put them in a test background anyway. Because, mini fact, I am a storyboarder, character designer, and background artist for different television shows. Still young to the industry, so I can't talk too much beyond my NDAs, but it is what I do for a living. I got off not too long ago with a show called GBTV on YouTube, and I was working for a couple small studios, but now I am in the midst of creating my own show. Hey, welcome. I briefly worked on a couple of shows up here in Canada. I don't know how many people are going to recognize them. I briefly worked for Atomic. I was a revisionist. And I will have to check my NDA if I'm allowed to mention what the show is before the episodes air. But I'll say it's a Netflix show. I also briefly worked on some stuff that I am not allowed to talk about that is upcoming on Nickelodeon. And I am currently creating a show called Twisted Eyes, to which the lead is a lovely, bubbly little guy who I've named Elijah. And I can just quickly doodle him out here. It'll take me just a second. And I am currently in the middle of prepping for fundraising for that because we want to be able to pitch it to a few studios. It's a lot of fun. Don't be too scared of the industry because it's not as scary as people think. It's literally just the college atmosphere that is. Speaking as somebody who had to attend 3 separate colleges before I found one that fits me best. I'm more jealous of my friend who worked on Centaur World, and that is like incredibly cool to me. She was a rig artist over there, or they were a rig artist, I should say. A rig artist is somebody who does all the bones for the characters. They make everything prepped so they can move. That's not something I can really do, but I've tried, and it is a lot of fun. Now we're still kind of fiddling with what will make Elijah look like in terms of what design direction we want, but this is generally what he's going to look like. Oh man, their name was Jules, and I used past tense. Their name is Jules, and they worked on the rig work for it, and oh my goodness, it is such a good show, and I'm so impressed with all the bones that they made. Oh, they're new to the industry too, and I just hope they continue to succeed because everything they work on is amazing. I need to check what their current project is, but I tell you, it is cool to see where people who I went to college with ended up. Probably in the next few months, I'll be able to talk more about the stuff I've done. We have what's called in the industry a non-disclosure agreement, which basically means that even though I might have worked on something, I'm not always allowed to say what it is until it airs, which makes it hard for me to be like, yeah, I've done this in the industry, but I can't tell you guys what yet because people assume I'm lying. But it's not. NDAs are nasty things. I love them, but I wish they didn't exist. Here he is. There's my buddy. So, As for my project, I can talk about a little bit because it's kind of open stuff. Oh, I majored in 3D art with a minor in storyboarding. I attended Seneca College. There I majored in storyboarding. Then I went to Mohawk College and I majored in 3D animation, specifically in lighting. I didn't really want to go into 3D, but it was the way the industry was moving pre-pandemic. It's not. I'm not very good at 3D. I could just make things look really pretty. Oh, hey Igneous, it's great to have you here. I'm gonna sneeze and it's gonna ruin the moment. I'm sorry. Ah, I am so sorry. That's gross. Igneous is on the Twitch side of things, guys. They are my favorite person, like, period, as far as this platform goes. You rock, Igneous. But, yeah, I would say, if you're trying to get into storyboarding, the key to good storyboards is not actually drawing. It's just understanding how posing works. Because pretty much all a storyboard is, at its core. I do storyboards in my free time, but it's the thing that I wanted to be since I first got into the industry, and I'm glad that I can do it occasionally. Let's say I want to have my boy up front here. I don't have to have the cleanest drawings. All you have to do for storyboarding, and I'll go through a little bit on how each position works that I've been in a moment. So for storyboards, all you really need to understand is how the rule of thirds works, the 180 rule, and that your poses have to be expressive, but not necessarily like picture perfect. And there's different like divisions of what storyboards are. So like I work as a revisionist. My job is to take these drawings that aren't so great, make sure that they're the way the director wants them to be, and then just lightly clean them up. And if there's a shot change, then I have to make sure that I change the shot from what was originally planned. So that's storyboarding. It doesn't require a lot of... I don't want to say it doesn't require a lot of skill. It's more about understanding camera shots and acting than it is about drawing. There are situations where that's not the case. Animatics have become very popular in the industry lately. And they're very important for, I would say, a lot of shows, but more for aiding the animators. Boards used to be mostly used for the sake of making sure the overall vibe of the story was correct and giving animators a bit more leeway to pick what they did with acting. But that's changed since then. An animatic, if you aren't sure what that is, here I'll pull up one of my animatics, is a series of still images that are put together into a video. Sometimes they have a lot of animating, sometimes they have none. The industry is leaning towards a lot of heavy, making sure everything is like moving almost like it's fully animated. Storyboarders don't like that. We don't like that that's the change that's going on. But okay. I'm gonna show you a little bit of a sneak peek from the storyboard that got this whole show that I'm working on, that I'm trying to pitch as a thing, how it got started. These were the very, very first boards of this show, and these were done back in 2019. There is sound, and I'm going to make sure that it works properly. But these boards that I'm about to show you are what got me hired, or one of the series of storyboards that got me hired at the studios I work for. And I say this because they look terrible. And I would never submit these now, but at this level, it's still okay. It's still okay to do that, and my art has improved since then. So, my point is, even though I think these look terrible, that's not what the studios are looking for. They're not looking for picture perfect. They're looking for clarity, pacing, expression, and an understanding of the context of what is going on. So let me pause the general music. Unfortunately, I can't show you any of the stuff I've worked on. But this... Oh, did I just drag it into Photoshop? I think I did. We're all going to be... Yep, we're all going to be messed up in a minute. This storyboard, not my best. I regret a lot of it, but I'll show you a little bit of it just to get you an idea of what it's like to have a storyboard that was at least somewhat good enough to get me into the positions I was in. And Igneous has seen some of my newer boards. They look much better than this. But they liked it a lot, the studios that did hire me for this. So we'll watch it. It's only 16 seconds long. And I'll go over and explain what I probably would have changed, which I probably will change, to be honest, because this was going to be a short film, and this sequence may or may not show up in the show once we finally get our Kickstarter launched.
I don't have the right to do this. I don't want to do this.
Choose.
For some reason, I don't know if you heard any of that. Did y'all hear any of that? Okay. Anyway, this board was one of the ones that got me hired. Lots of stuff in it that don't work, but the stuff that does work, we have clear, direct posing. The silhouettes of the character are visible in all shots, except for one. Emotions are clearly expressed. I don't like this shot. I want to redo this one, but it still works. Posing is displaying exactly what's going on. It's showing who is in charge. Whenever you're doing a storyboard, things that are in the center of the frame are deemed the most important to the shot, unless they're doing a conversation. And then it's supposed to be back and forth. So we have the imposing threat that is in the center, and just offside to him is our lead. He runs off stage, almost falls off a cliff, and then we get back to a reverse shot of him looking down. This got me hired at a couple different studios. The most recent board I didn't make it into my demo reel, but I meant it to. There was also this one, which was the initial opening to that same short film. It was in my demo reel.
Jade, look! No legs! Morning, my queen.
Act respectable.
As you wish, my queen.
Now, you can see already that there was a lot of cleanup done on this. This film, if you guys want, I can play the full 3 minutes. But as you can see, certain shots that were deemed more important, I have already begun cleanup on. I thought that these were the things that needed the most cleanup. Some shots are more clean than others because they needed to be. But this is considered super clean in the storyboarding world. And a lot of people would never see this level of clean unless it was intended to be shown at like a convention or a studio was showing off something for a feature film. Now, if you guys want to see the full 3 minutes, I can play it. The audio mixing isn't great. At the time I developed this, I had no concept of how to properly level sound. So I will say, if you're going to listen to this, I highly suggest not having a set of headphones on and just listening through speakers, because then you can actually adjust the volume and like it'll feel a little bit more natural. So I did that one. I have others I can show you. I don't want to ramble on and on about storyboards. It is my passion in life, though. I'll leave it as a consensual vote. Do you guys want to see the full 3 minutes? Or would you like me to move on to talking a little bit about how character design and background design is done in the industry? Or at least my small understanding of it from my aspects of the industry. I think almost every time you've been here, Igneous, I've accidentally talked about storyboarding again. And I'm back. How is everyone? Let's, while we're waiting for those answers, I'm going to keep working on the other project. How is everybody doing? Welcome back. How are you doing? I think our other friend might have left, so I'm just gonna vibe until they come back. try to get this done. What's up, man? It's great to have you back. What's up, man? Great to have you back. Alright, we have some stairs here, which weren't necessary per se, but I felt like I wanted to add them. Oh, heck yeah, that is really awesome, man. Congrats. Which one was it? So I'd love to give you the extra support. That is fantastic, man. I'll have to take a look at it after, man, because that is really, really cool. Congratulations. Well, thank you. I'm still kind of picking away at the background. It's going to be one small building in like a bunch of buildings. But I really wasn't happy with the original design, so I just thought I would pick away at it and build it more so... Whoops. Sorry if that gave you a bit of motion sickness. Build it more so it looks like it grew into the side of the mountains here. There we go. I think that doesn't look too bad. I just want to add some extra details to the ground. And then we can add more buildings. The idea of this whole piece is that the environment is made out of like chess pieces. So I'm trying to build that aspect up as I go. And then I'll show you what I'm doing over on the other channel. Let's add some texture. Make it look a little bit like fabric. Welcome back. How you doing? Ooh, tell me more. What sort of stuff did you focus on? You can never have enough sketchbooks, that's what I've learned. That doesn't look too bad at all. I'm keeping it nice and loose because I don't want to... I know it's going to just pan by it relatively fast, so I don't want to put too much detail into it. Ooh, nice. Sounds like a fun time for your sketchbook. Just trying to make that more noticeable because it wasn't noticeable from afar. How do we feel about this, guys, so far? Oh, wow, I had no idea, actually. That is pretty cool. I wonder if they'll do anything big as a celebration. It'd be a huge missed opportunity if they didn't do something cool like release behind the scene footage that has never been seen, or have like a documentary type thing from the directors and the musicians and all that. Because I know like a lot of cool stuff has come out in the last few years for Jurassic Park, but nothing really like super stand off. Or stand out, I should say. Just like new shows and stuff mainly. There we go. I don't know how many extra buildings I'm gonna add. Maybe just a few more. Maybe I'll cheat the system a little bit and just add a few extra of these small buildings around. Because, I mean, why not? Ooh, that would be pretty cool. Oh no, did I combine them all down? I didn't want to do that. Welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here. We're doing pretty good here, I would say. Oh, look, the smudge budge is going. There we go. Gotta love it. I want to keep things loose because, like, things are panning in the final. So, the poster that you're going to be making, Mr. Dino Dude, are you planning on, like, following a specific piece of Jurassic Park history, or are you aiming for just the general history at large to celebrate everything it's achieved? Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. Go. That looks pretty good. Let's... How do we feel about this so far? I'm kind of blocking in older buildings just to kind of bring more of an aesthetic to it, but I think it's coming out pretty good personally. We still need to add a few more. Few more pieces of buildings and stuff, but it's not turning out too bad at all. Oh, I just realized the desktop audio isn't on really at all. You guys have just been sitting in silence. Sorry. What do you guys think so far? I'm thinking I'm gonna add a few more of the... Oh, that doesn't look quite right. I'm gonna just adjust this a little bit. I was trying to make a bishop piece, but I don't think it worked out as well as I wanted it to. Wow, we have 5 people here. Welcome to the stream, everybody. It's great to have you here. We are doing some background art, and then I will be doing open commissions as per usual. Five people. This is pretty exciting. How's everybody doing here today? My name is Sketchframe Studio. You may call me Inker Ants. We are working on a background. There's lots of you over on Twitch, and I appreciate it a ton, and a ton of you over on YouTube. Is the music too loud? Or, you know, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask. I feel that. I feel that on like an internal level, man. Mine's the same way. It looks like a disaster zone. I meant to grab the multiply tool. Oh man, everybody dropped off all at once. It's all good. All right. Once this is done doing its thing, we will finally get to Premiere Pro because I just finished this section. So this goes... Ugh, gotta make another layer. File. Import. Loop. Oh man, I saved it as a PSD. I didn't want to do that. Echo town 1. I think I see what's going on. Oh, I see. It is visible. Okay, so we gotta go... I lost the layer. Help me find... There's the castle layer. I was worried there. I tried starting a Reddit, but it won't, for whatever reason, Reddit will not accept a lot of my artwork or to let me create a private account. Could not tell you why, they just won't let me. I have a Twitter, an Instagram, I have a Tumblr, I have an ArtStation, and I have a YouTube, but that's it. I tried. There might exist somewhere out there the evidence of what could be considered my Reddit, but it doesn't actually work. It doesn't serve any purpose. There, I can live with that. That looks pretty good. I do like to lurk on Reddit, but like I said, I've never been able to create a community or anything. I wonder if it would actually be of interest people. It would interest people if I actually tried again to do that. Yeah, it's probably because I have this app going. In what way is it glitching? I'll see if I can adjust it. I'll just have a sky layer here somewhere. Let's break the sky layer into pieces. Castle water. Yeah, that looks pretty good. just extend that a little bit more. So it really won't matter once it's gone. Water layer, water layer. Let's stretch it out. Boop, boop, a doop, doop, doop. Boop, blah, da, boop, boo, da, boo, da, da, do. I want to switch the water layer with the castle layer. Can I move everything else up by one so I can just swap them? That'd be nice. Let's take a look. Turn off my music. This layer, all of them. Make sure none of my layers are off. Am I missing a layer? I think I might be. I think I might have deleted something. I expect this to be glitchy because that's just the way this program in particular is. Okay. Pull that back just a little bit. Just a little bit more. Yeah, I'm missing a building, but that's okay. Okay, let's see here. The water layer should extend back there. All the way back. Lots of glitches. We can fix it. Color. Mini town. Try there. Something's glitching there and I can't find what it is. I'm looking for why the castle glitches in like that. Okay, I might have to move more things around. Is everything up one more? Echo house. Echo house. I almost need to duplicate the water level just briefly. Welcome to everyone who's joining us. Sorry if it's glitchy. I will try to fix it in just a moment. Guess we have the issue here. Water transition's just fine. And we've got that one looking good. Where is my another mini castle? I think we fixed it, guys. Yeah, it looks so much better now. Okay. I am going to start the next section where we track down here. We are at approximately 2 minutes. Then I'll export it to show you what it actually looks like, because it's going to look buggy right now. Echo Castle copy. Aha, gotcha. There you are. You're a slippery little thing, aren't you? There we go. think we're ready to render. Is the stream still glitching? File save. I'm really annoyed that the one building is missing from this shot, but I'm gonna try to handle it because it's gonna take a hot second for this to do its thing. Oh, look at that! We got like an hour of rendering here. Alright, what should we do in the meantime, guys? Is the stream handling decently? Yes. What should we do in the meantime? I'm thinking we doodle for a bit. Maybe I should take some sketch commissions. There's a lot of you here, actually. And I am quite excited that y'all are here. It's going to be taking forever. Man, I'm alone on here. Oh well. Let's do some character art. Welcome back. It's great to have you here. Hopefully the glitches have stopped. And it really delayed me there. Ignore my message because clearly it glitched out. Do you mean that the whole footage stops and starts, or the whole stream is like that? Because that may be a result of the program that's running in the background, and in which case I will close it for the time being. Sometimes that happens when stuff is rendering, and it's a pain, but a pain that is necessary for me to be able to export stuff. You'd think with a high-powered computer it wouldn't be an issue, but it apparently happens a lot, and I need to find a way to be more professional about the stream. Otherwise, it's just going to look really off. Oh, see, I kind of like that look, but I don't know. It feels like it's too much work to animate. I kind of want to redo some of my sequences with this variation. I just have to do a quick character model sheet. I don't know. Won't be even tragic or dramatic. What's this madness? I want it to be like there, but then it blocks the eye. So maybe I want to do it like this, but then it doesn't have that ragamuffin look. I don't want it to be too cluttered, but like, but it looks so good slightly cluttered. And I'm not going to have the ability when I animate this to like really go in there with a lot of colors to define it. I'm just doing some touch-ups on my lead to try to get him to look a little bit better. This is the pain of character design, is like you sometimes know what you want to do, but it's like just a pain because you know you want something specific, but then it doesn't come out the way you want when you actually go to apply it. He's gone through so many variations that it's at a point where I don't even know if I'd recognize him if you put them side by side. Girlfriends. Anymore. Oh. Welcome back. Is it doing any better? Hopefully, the adjustments I made are working. I'm not sure. I did do a little bit of a test. Things seem to be okay, and I'm currently, before I start taking some commissions, working on my character for my show. Just experimenting with some shapes. Because the song is on right now on my own headset, and I wanted to make sure I got the energy in before I forgot. If you're interested in the song that inspired this lad is called, it's a Set It Off song, and it's called Freak Show. And I am so excited that I get the opportunity to soon be able to actually launch a Kickstarter for this guy. The animatic you saw earlier was from this character. And I want to really push more art of him out so that we get more eyes on him. Oh, whoops. I canceled my own song out. Here we go. Getting real tired of PayPal's crap over here. They keep charging me twice for the same program. And this is the third time it's happened. And I'm getting real tired of it. Welcome back, man. How are you doing? I feel that. I'm redoing one of the shots in my storyboards from a different sequence, just to experiment with the background a little bit. So I'm kind of in the same position. I've got an interesting approach to this. I'm taking a cue from UPA, so we'll see what I can do with it. See if anybody actually notices the thing that I'm doing here. There's a lot of you here still, and I'm kind of happy about that. Yeah, there's this thing from the UPA that's called broken lines. And it's a way of creating perspective without actually having to do all the extra legwork. So you can see spots in this where I've done that. And that's kind of my goal with this background. The idea of it is that if you take a close look at these lines, they're not actually connected. They're very, very rough and loose to indicate how deep they're set into different things. I think it's ingenious, and it's a way to get around issues. Just means certain spots have to be slightly more covered up than others to make the style actually work in its favor. But this was early in a lot of the stuff that was done for UPA, because the idea was it's saved on animation and it still looks stylized. So by not filling things in, we allow it to have more breathing room. This also means I don't really have to worry about doing things like lighting, because the actual lines will do the heavy work. Well, well, if it ain't Mac. How you doing? I'm redoing a storyboard. How are you, man? We're using the UPA method of background art today because I'm lazy and I think it looks nice. So, it's my aim for the day. Also, if you could shoot me an email with which email you want me to be sending stuff to, that would be great. Because I'm about to send a 3.5 gigabyte file. And I don't want to... Oh, it's rejected. Okay, never mind. How do I send this if it's too big for Google? Okay. I gotta figure this out. Because WeTransfer won't accept it either. Maybe if I zip it a bunch of times? I'm gonna keep zipping it and see what happens. Send to compressed file. Yeah, I'm gonna see if that works. If I have to zip this thing like 80 times, I will. I've been trying most of the day to send this file because I've noticed an error this morning. And, like, it was a mixture of Google not wanting to send it and it not accepting the file format. So I had to re-export it and everything. And it's 3.5 gigabytes. Tell me if sure. Okay, I'll try to send it there. I'm going to warn you, it's a huge file. Like I said, it's 3.5 gigs well zipped. And 3.95 when not zipped. I'm just going to compress them into a bunch of zip folders and hope for the best. This is the opening sequence. It's somehow heavier than the explosion. I've been trying to send it all day, but Google just is not playing nice. I hope your blood work goes well. No, it's not zipping any extra. I thought maybe it would, but it's not. This is going to be tricky. How do I compress this further? Okay, what if I make a new folder, put the zip in the folder, and then what if I let's try to send that. I hope that everything works out so that you don't have to do that. Okay, this isn't going to work, but I'm going to keep trying. We're going to do what we can here, buds. Maybe it'll accept it, maybe it won't. I hope it will. That might, yeah. I don't know how I'm going to send this. Because if I can't put it through WeTransfer, it's going to be a pain. The only other option I can think is if I upload it to YouTube and link you and everyone else to that privately. That could work. I hope I didn't just make you pay for all that storage and just not be able to use it. If it makes you feel better, we have a food company online called Square Food now that just compresses all your favorite meals into a compact, flavorless mush cube. I'm going to see what I can do here first, because adding another folder seemed to shrink the gigabytes just slightly. I don't want this to be the focus of the stream. I just want to send this because she's been on my case that it didn't arrive, and it's not my fault. It's definitely larger than 25 megabytes. Alright, let's try something. Drive. This is gonna kill my storage. Remove. 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 This isn't all entirely you guys, by the way. This is like, I've been doing a lot of stuff on this account. Oh, that's perfect. I might actually be able to click and drag it now. Okay, let's give it a shot. And then I promise I'll stop talking about it. Okay, we'll see you in 9 minutes. Oh, you would be a lifesaver, man. Okay. Well, don't worry too much about it because this is partially my storage. Because I'm trying to send it over my own drive first in the compressed form. And it says it's about 7 minutes till it decides if it's worthy of it or not. I've deleted a bunch of stuff, so I think we should be good. I basically emptied this file of everything that isn't like the bare basics of what I've done. Okay. Yeah, we got about 6 minutes and we'll figure it out. Anyway, we're using UPA style today. So I'm going to try to get this to work. Because we're doing a fresh storyboard. Oh, thank you. You are a lifesaver, my dude. Let me see if it works. Okay, let's see if this works. Are you ready to see if we can succeed? Is it gonna let me? Drop folders. Okay, it's loading in. We'll see in a minute. It's called Save Me From My Storage. I'm actually a little excited to show you guys. I think there was an error in the first section of the video, but otherwise, this opening shot is pretty good. Now then, let's try to see if it maybe worked for my own drive too. Yeah, we'll be a few minutes. I'm going to start on this, because I still need to figure out what the table's going to look like. I like the idea of there being geos everywhere in his room. I don't want to go. So what have you been up to other than health concerns, my dude? That's exactly what I'm looking for. Easy perspective trick. Just don't try to do the perspective. And just make an objective guess. 99% of the time you'll be right. No one's gonna notice. What program are you using to do artwork on for your tablet? And what brand of tablet? Because that could be the issue. Because especially with what I use, the Wacom's, any of the Wacom family does not play nicely with Clip Studio Paint or with Photoshop. You have to like manually go in and fix the settings. And you have to do it from like the program files. And if you are using Photoshop, the Kyle brush series has its own like calligraphy brushes. Highly recommend. Just depends on the device. Sometimes they're compatible, sometimes they're not. It's the only downside really to having a tablet. Oh, it's the UG board. They're kind of known for their glitchiness, especially if you bought the Bluetooth one. That would do it. It's not your art program. Contact the people who made the board directly. via whatever their online support is. And let them update your files manually, because it's not in the driver, it's in the folders. They'll be able to fix it pretty quickly. Then just double check that your pen pressure sensitivity isn't too high, because sometimes that'll do it too. Oh, thank goodness it's wired. Maybe. Oh, $20 is a cheap price for that stuff. I can see why it might give you issues. A decent quality board that is still on the cheap side is around $70. If you didn't live so far away, I would have just given you my old tablet. So I'm trying to sell it. I getcha. I have more or less just lucked out with everything. When the pandemic hit, I ended up just being able to buy a bunch of stuff I would have never had the opportunity to otherwise. So it's like, I totally get it. Because, like, again, I'm pretty sure what I got, it was just kind of dumb luck and me knowing how to kind of manage the fact I was still in college when the pandemic started. I've really lucked out this last, like, 3 years in general. Let's see. This table's not looking too bad. This isn't turning out too bad. I thought it wouldn't, but I'm digging it. I was really worried about this table. Okay, it looks like it might have actually properly gone into your folder. Take a look, and just to be safe, I'm going to send the copy that's on my drive as well. I hope this worked. Oh, this took up 87% of my storage? Oh, Lord. This is... Yeah. I didn't think it'd take up that much. That's kind of worrying, to be honest. How do I... It's all good. I am trying to send you a link anyway because she'll be on my case if I don't. So don't worry too much. We'll figure it out. Get a link. Copy link. Anyone with a link. Copy. I just hope she understands the situation. It's not really my fault. There we go. It is a big file. I'm not really... Yeah, it's all good. I'm not too worried. I don't want to sound like I'm stressing over it. I'm not. I'm just trying to get this drawing done, and it's frustrating me. Because it doesn't look nice. I try not to get worried about stuff. I just also don't like upsetting people. We're almost ready for me to start doing the animatic. I am so happy. I don't sound it, but I am. I'm just doing my best, man. I don't know what to say. I'm flattered, but it's purely just me doing UPA style and trying not to mess it up. I love UPA. They are probably some of the most creative designs you'll ever see. I have some examples up on my other page. There's just something about it. I don't know what it is. But like, oh, it looks like it did send. Yay! Okay. I will have to find a way around this if that doesn't work, but anyway, UPA is known for this neato little thing. And a great example would be the set from 101 Dalmatians or the Mr. Margot series. They do this thing where they hatch out the lines just loosely enough that you can't tell what it is, but you can still make out the basic anatomy of things. And this is what I'm going for, because I think it's cool as heck. There's the storyboard in the corner, though. I just think it's cool. It's like super neato. Because you would never think about it normally. As like an option. Oh, I closed my rulers. He's sitting there, so that should be loosely correct. And I can add another base. Welcome to the stream. I'll be taking commissions soon if you want. But otherwise, I'm just doing some storyboards. Someone told me once that I have an art style very similar to Mary Blair, and I feel flattered, but also I am nowhere near her level. I wish I was Mary Blair, because, like, that must have been an amazing job. She was the one who did a lot of the, like, Alice in Wonderland background concepts. Here's a look at our table so far. I'm not going to fill in the lines too much because it'll just look cluttered. We're almost there, buds. I know it's a slow process, but it's worth it. There we go. I can live with that. Let me just... because he'll be leaning over it here. I haven't designed the mirror yet, but I'll do that last. I don't know, it's still being done on a digital program. Oh man, don't get me started on AI stuff though. This is for an animation, so I gotta do everything slow or it's gonna look weird. Just looking for references for nice gemstone style, interesting, like, chair. I'm gonna look for some interesting chairs. It's gotta fit his motif. But it also has to be something I don't mind drawing. Oh yeah, they have tons of problems, but so do I as an artist. They don't understand how muscles work, so they can't figure it out. What if I give him a mushroom-shaped chair? I can't really decide. He needs the right kind of chair because it's important. Oh? There's so many of you here. We had like almost 15 people here earlier. They all left in unison, so I don't know what that was about. I don't know what you mean. I'm looking at references. I'm just looking for a chair reference, man. It's not you. I used to just put him on a stone stool, but I feel like it needs to actually be a legitimate stool. I don't wanna go. I'm literally just looking for references. It's not you. But is the music okay? Because I think the music might be a little annoying. Maybe we'll go with something that directly looks uncomfortable. Kind of like that. This will work. I just saw a commercial for Jif peanut butter, and it has a squeeze bottle form now. Hmm. There we go. I'm gonna live with this as my default chair for now, because I'm not gonna bother going into more detail. What do you guys think? Do we like this chair? I feel like it's off. It's poofy, but I think it's off. We're gonna actually start boxing stuff out in a minute. So we have our layers, our base layers. Something really annoying is gonna happen for most of you guys in a minute, because I am going to try the horrible task of importing the entire sequence into my timeline. And it does not like me when I do this. If it'll let me. Should let me import it. I've done it before. It's not like it's a big thing. It'll look cool once I import it, but I have a feeling it's going to be a pain on me right now. Let's just copy this folder in case I need to. Looks like I'm going to have to go File, Import Videos to Frame. I'm surprised y'all, there's so many of you here. I'm surprised you're all still up. I do love hanging out with people though. This is gonna be a pain, this like 8 minutes of footage condensed into like frames. Every layer is a frame, and there are many frames and many layers. How well can you guys see the yellow here? Who's all still here? Who's all still here? It's great to have you. Oh, hey, Mr. Dino. Glad to have you back. And that sounds pretty awesome. What kind of animation are you doing? That's pretty cool. We're making good progress. I'm starting to add the secondary character. I don't know about YouTube Shorts. I just know that it's basically calibrating or figuring out how many people in total have retained attention for your video from the start to the end of the video. And then at the end of every month, it's tallied up. Ooh, I hit my screen pretty hard there. It's tallied up at the end of every month. Hey, how you doing, man? It's great to have you here. You have emerged from the ashes. We are finally doing some storyboard work today. I am revising a very old board. Got about 5 panels in. It's a very slow process, but a fun one. They are a couple who are discussing plans to run away after some semi-dark stuff happened in the previous shot. So they're discussing how they want to run away and a little bit about the situation in itself. It'll make sense when I throw it into the audio. I just don't want to ruin the footage by trying to get the audio to work now. The important thing is that they're comforting each other, and they are a couple. The one on the left, his name is Elijah, and the one on the right, her name is Jade. You'd be wrong. But I don't want to spoil it too much. I'm just checking my pacing here on some of the stuff. Yeah, I need a couple more frames there. Not all of them are sassy, but most of them are. Just because I like the poses for sassy characters. Alright, let's try to get some expression on her. Sometimes it doesn't matter if your lines are clean. They don't have to be clean, but it's nice if they are. I'm not going to worry about it too much because this is a revised version of an older board. Oh, whoops, I messed up a bit. Gotta get rid of them eyebrows for a minute. Fix these eyes. Because they're not right. They're driving me crazy. Hold on. I'm gonna have to start the expressions over. Driving me crazy. Driving me crazy. Ah, man. I don't blame you. It used to be the same way for me, too. Actually doing these boards, but I get used to it after a while. And a lot of it's just flicking the same image back and forth. So you get used to it after a while. I do love it, though. The important thing is that I don't mess up important things. Like overlapping objects too much. Yeah, sure, send it my way. go. It's not perfect, but I'm doing what I can. It's like 1 a.m. Oh, whoops. Forgot that the layer was in behind there. Alright, let's take a look at what you sent me. It's not actually too bad, man. For something you did 10 years ago, it's not bad at all. You did a pretty good job overall, man. I'm impressed. For what was 10 years ago? You gotta start somewhere. That's the important thing. I did. I said for something you did 10 years ago, it wasn't bad at all. It was definitely stiff, and definitely if you were to redo it, I could tell based on your current art level, you'd be able to fix some of theirs, but it definitely gives off more of a vibe of like, should have been 8-bit, if you get what I mean. We have 2 people lurking. Who's the other person? I will never know. But, don't criticize yourself too hard. You know, it takes practice, it takes time. I'm going on almost 10 years of animation and 5 years of college, and it never really gets easier. It just gets easier to notice what you're doing wrong. Rather than what you're doing right, and that's part of it. Like, I can already tell that if I export this now, it's not going to look great, but I'm going to keep pushing. I'm going to finish it tonight, no matter what. That's the spirit. I'll be honest, college really only gave me the advantage of having connections. There was a lot of great stuff I learned, but between the 3 colleges I attended, I don't think they were really what I needed in the end. I needed guidance, but I didn't necessarily need the stress of college life to get where I am. Which isn't far, to be fair. No worries. Have a great night, and I hope things get better for you.